Good morning to Harlock haters, which is definitely not an over-exaggeration. How are we doing? Side eye. True. Real. Hello. Good morning. Hello, Enoch and Joyous. Let's not even get started on that. I forgot to turn on the anti-gravity device. Yeah, and also you forgot to turn on the anti-liar device. Good morning. How are we doing? How's it going? No, I'm not caught up. Drebber hasn't come out of the safe yet. Drebber, I think if he got his way, would be cozy and safe in that safe for a lot longer than we allowed him. Hello everyone, how's it going? Hello to Siren, Mike, Batman, AJ, Sharkasaur, Elfo, Donna, Anarchic, Regplay, Movemeister, Holly, Win, Sherlockian, Glitch, Delicious, Luxury, Megan, Doog, Odyssean, Foot, Chazes, hello. Ace, hello. I can't possibly think of what Harlock might have done to deserve this treatment. Bean and Mimi. Hi, Electric Reeves. How's it going? Samal, hello. He's come out of his cage and he's doing just fine. He really is. Like, he's fine. Hello, Annie. Good day to Silas Garleys. Silas Garleys. My gosh. What a treat. There is a new Love and Deep Space card. Silas is taking care of you. You're very sick. And he's kissing you to make you feel better. Xavier card? Ew, no. Kidding. I'm kidding. I don't even hate Xavier. I don't hate him. He's fine. He's fine. Good morning, Heg. So, streamer, what do you think of my favorite NPC in this game? Someone did a really good clip. Can I find it? Was it Duke's clip? I think so. Of just me being like, oh, for frick's sake. Was it this one? It was really funny. I think it was this one. Oi, we're pulling lads today. We're not pulling lads today. Silas isn't here yet. Silas is being very nice, and I think his card is when I get my teeth out, so he's like, oh my god, it will literally be like, I feel unwell, and he's like, wow. What fortuitous timing. You're sick and Silas is kissing you to make it better. Yeah, that's because he's not a doctor, Zanus. It is really funny, genuinely, to think about. So like in this card, like I guess you have a fever and he's like making you feel better, which I don't know. I find it very funny because the 2 times I've had like a genuine fever, if someone tried to kiss me, I think I would have like thrown up in them like face.
Sub to Enoch instead of Herlock today because he is in the naughty
corner. He is in the naughty corner. Thank you so much. It's very funny that the man accused of murder is not in the naughty corner, but Herlock is. Thank you so much, AJ. Thank you for the 47 months. You're not good, true. What was I saying? Oh yeah, like having a fever, I don't want to deal with all your romance shenanigans. But the card is you have a fever and Silas is, I guess, looking after you, and there's already some lines in it that made me like so emotional, but Enoch has a baller name. Have we talked about this? Enoch Drebber. Yahoo! Hello. Enoch has a very cool name. I hear the game will also track your dental cycle. Nice. Which clip you were looking for? I was looking for the one where we looked at the picture of Enoch Drebber and I was like, oh, for crying out loud. Which I think is that one. But I may have got it wrong. Thank you, I did get it wrong. I'm sorry. Enoch Drebber, my wife. The one you posted was when you got jump scared. Oh, cool. Sorry. Thank you for correcting me. I'm doing good. My day has been very chill. I watched some K-drama whilst I got ready. I finished my other K-drama and I was gonna go back to anime, but then I somehow slipped and fell and started watching another K-drama. But it's very good. So, and also I've realized though it is a K-drama which is entirely based about being a lawyer and court cases. And I'm like, I wonder what inspired this choice. Great timing, yeah. A little addicted, I think. You like K-drama? I do. My boss just recommended that one to me. Really? The, what's it called? Beyond the Bar? It's really good. It's really good. It has, it has a guy from Squid Game Season 2 as like one of the main, I think he's the main male lead. And I really like him. I liked him in Squid Game Season 2, but now he like gets way more. I really like him. And the main girl's really cool too. Highly recommend. Have you ever tried Red Velvet Lava Cake? No. Wait, I know this one. It's the guy that you like from Squid Game Season 2. It's that guy. And he's very, very... He kind of reminds me of Zayn from Love in Deep Space, to be honest. But I think, truly, when I'm done with that K-drama, I will actually manage to make it back to anime. I'll finish Naruto one day. Maybe. Zayn coded. Zayn coded. I've been slacking on Nana. You're in the angst zone of Nana. Slack away. Like, it's terrifying in this bit you're in. Gonna continue an anime or start a new one? Okay, I want to keep watching Naruto, but I keep listening to Samurai Champloo's OST. Will it get me copyrighted if I play it? I don't know, but it's so good. Samurai Champloo is so good. The music is so... It's so yummy. Can you give me some K-drama recommendations? Something like comedy and romance? I don't really watch much comedy. I haven't watched anything except Squid Game in like a year. Oh no. Is it just nothing hits? Good morning, Lord. What do I watch that's comedy? I guess everything I've watched has like comedy moments. But the K-drama I recommend the most, I definitely will say it's like kind of angsty as well. It's very sad. Is It's Okay to Not Be Okay. That's my favorite one. And it has comedy, it has romance, it has women being sexy and cool and scary. That's probably my main recommendation. One of my favorite songs, period, is in Samurai Champloo. Yo, really? The one I listen to, I think it's the intro. Or is it on my Spotify? This one. The intro slaps. Is this the intro? I think it is. Yeah, okay. Oh. And like just the like time period that it seems to be set in with this music is so cool to me. I love this intro. Is it rad? Is gonna perform Ariel to it? Okay, that was 34 seconds. YouTube's gonna come after me. They're gonna be like, people are gonna listen to this VOD to listen to the Samurai Champloo intro, you scam artist. Not again. It's such a good intro. The outro is amazing as well. Oh, I don't know if I've heard the outro actually. Hi CL, I'm so excited for stream today. I feel, oh my god. This game, man. Also, hi Bluebird as well. I don't know if I said a proper hello. We played it once on stream. Oh, the outro? My favorite anime intro is Outlaw Star. Was my karaoke go-to. Oh. Was it on a stream like when we were fighting Majima? Where I was just letting anime tracks play because I couldn't I couldn't beat him, so we just had a breakdown. Sounds about right, honestly. I need to watch Samurai Champloo again. Maybe I am gonna watch Samurai Champloo after this K-drama. I'm being real tempted. I've recently fallen into the pit of hell that are done me. Oh. Oh. Samurai Champloo is so good. Is it incredibly predictable of me that the guy with the glasses is the one that is the most interesting to me? Probably. Yeah, okay, cool. Yes, it is. Not the side eye. There could be at least 2 episodes of Samurai Champloo with gay-coded Ang. Huh? Just made some... I don't even know how to say that. I don't even know what that is. Congratulations. Don't really come here for unpredictability. Whatever. You can't hurt my feelings. I haven't watched the Samurai Champloo anime, but I was obsessed with the art style of the first volume of the manga that I owned. It was such a huge inspo for me. You know, I can kind of see that, actually. I guess I don't know the art too well, but I can kind of see the... I don't know, like something in the faces. I can see. Like... inspiration. Or like in your style. I don't know how to put it. A lithe man with pulled back look eyewear and a look in his eyes like he's seen devastating despair. Yeah, I wonder if Hannah will like them. Okay, I decided I'm cancelling stream today. I'm actually having next week off because of removing 4 wisdom teeth, but I've decided I'm cancelling today's stream. I don't want to do it. I found out the reason the diaries are Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 3. What? That's great. I like women too. Those are Mechagodzilla 3? You find out something new every day. Women on you. It's true. Speaking of women in this game, wow. Pretty incredible, huh? There was something I wanted to talk about the game. Oh, it was about Herlock. So-and-so. So, I'm really interested in something, and I was thinking about this last night, which is that I think, so I'm curious. I can't really, I guess I can't know until the game is done. But I know that a lot of people had kind of a big flaw, and I had kind of a flaw with it in the last game, where in case 2, how Herlock acts is really... Like, I didn't like it because I felt like it was like interrupting emotional moments. And I was like, oh man, kind of soured me on like some elements of that case. But now I'm like... Was it all intentional? Was he lying the whole time? What is happening? Was he just fucking around for fun? I need to take my meds. Everything makes you think. Literally. Literally. And I'm like, what the hell? Does that change the 4.5? No, I think even with that, I think Great Eastern 21 would still be a 4.5. I will say, if this one can keep up this level, it might be my first 5-star of the year. Who's to say? I don't know. But maybe. Just almost spat out my drink to cancel it. Who's to say? aside for Trail's second chapter, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. What if it gets better? What if it surpasses this level? What if it gets better? I don't think it can. Right? Hi, Josepha. Good evening, Kedu. You were watching a K-drama called Mercy for None? I don't think I've heard of it. Do you like him? Great Isotani keeps on having cool and well-written women in it, and they aren't subjected to all those typical tropes, and they are just like people, and they are just as well-written as the male characters. Yippee! I'm normal about it. It's crazy. You'll see like the best designed woman ever, and you're like, whoa, what an epic character. She looks so cool. And then she'll be like, can I cut you up? And you'll be like, what? Huh? It's incredible. So, Clint. We lost game. We should bring him up in the middle of the court case, just for fun, just to see what happens. Hello, OT4 enjoyers, how are we feeling? Bad. But also good. But also something else. Hello, Sota. How are you? I'm feeling bad but well fed. You know, I feel like I'm on shaky ground. That's what I feel. I feel uncertain. Like I don't know what the future holds. I'm at the buffet, but I'm crying. I'm literally shaking. This is why chapter 7 is my secret best, the level of care to a character like Olive Green. Yeah! No, that's so real though. She's great. Also, we gotta remember who's with Van Ziegs right now. Oh, I remember. Oh, I remember. The fact that it's the first thing we're gonna see today. Is he gonna talk? Oh my god. While watching the VOD yesterday, I think we talked about something about everyone going to the Great Exhibition, so might interest everyone in a bit of official art. Oh my gosh. Please feel free to post it in the Discord. Crazy that we've had a bunch of female characters and none of them have been needlessly sexualized for fan service. Yo, actually true. I don't even know if I'd thought about it like that. I'm so used to fan service in the games that I play. And like sometimes I don't really care or mind it, but like... Whoa. Who knew? Yeah. Wow, I'm really trying to think of every single female character, and yeah. Wow. I know what the future holds. Shows Phoenix for Ace Attorney. It's in media. I cry. That's so cute. The raid group reviewing late Trails games screenshots provided by Downfall, like fans should never be serviced. The little charms of sister. Wait, really? Oh my god, Gina is in the back. Oh yeah, the little. Oh. Oh. I love that they have like official animals that they are. That's kind of cute. That's kind of fun. I know he's standing further back, but it looks like Harlock is dropping his ice cream on Susato's head. Oh god, it does. Susato, watch out! Iris has some charms too. She does. She has them in game. as well. They're so cute. Also, it's a small thing, but I really appreciate that they put Scythe in a tailored suit. She looks so rad, man. Benzines with the top hat feels so weird to me, right? It's strange. Do you think when Scythe is with a lady friend, they... Okay. I wouldn't dare to dream. It would be really cool to go back to the older games if we like. I love the original trilogy a lot. I really want to. I need to finish... I never finished the original Ace Attorney. I need to finish Ace Attorney Case 5. Because I really want to play Investigations as well, and I was told I kind of how to play the original Ace Attorneys to play that. The original 3. This is described in the audio drama. I love 1.5. Oh. Oh my gosh, I hope you enjoyed the PS2. Some of the best games ever were PS2, in my opinion. What if I told you 1.5 has a lesbian? Maybe the original games will feel different after playing through Ace Attorney. This is my theory, because I was always my history with Ace Attorney was I played the original one and I really struggled. I dropped it after Case 3 and then I came back and I played Case 4, I think. And then I was like, okay, I got all that I need out of this game. I got Edgeworth. So I'm happy. But I found it really hard to play, and I really just didn't like vibe with it, I guess, because I just found it really, really difficult with the way the logic, like the game expects you to do the logic, and the investigation just felt so like hard to complete because it wouldn't tell you where you had searched, so you were just like wandering around aimlessly. And so I dropped it. But now that, and like when we started Great Ace Attorney, I even said like, I don't know if I'll play through this whole game, like let's not get our hopes up because just in case I might not like it. And now here we are, and I think it might be my favorite game I've played this year. And so I think going back to Ace Attorney I'll feel like I think I've locked into how the game wants me to play a bit better, which I think will make Ace Attorney itself easier to play, or at least I hope it will. I definitely feel like Ace Attorney 2 was a lot easier to navigate in terms of investigation because I also had issues with that in 1. That's good. That's good. They were really rough. It's just wondering where I'm clicking on stuff, things improve. Yeah, they are. It is. I think I remember especially in the Case 3, the samurai one. I think I just remember like going round and round the studio and just being like, I don't know what to do. Don't get it. And also, if you need to look up a guide, I don't think anyone here would care. Sometimes these games can be done. True. That's very true. I can accept failure and just look up a guide, which I think I was kind of too stubborn to do before. It doesn't help that some of the ambient background as a DFX is really grating after a while. Yes, that's true too. Guides are wonderful things. The navigation in the OG trilogy was rough. It definitely got better in other games. That's good. Okay, cool. We definitely need to get back to those games for the accents alone. How can you want more? Have the accents I have been doing not been bad enough? Shouldn't I like retire accents for good after this? Oh. I will say, as far as the original trilogy goes, 1 is rough around the edges compared to 2 and 3, where they really found that footing. Oh, okay. Cool. Bold of you to assume those aren't a draw. Oh my gosh. My terrible accent work hasn't driven you away. Let's go. Let the skeletons inspire you. If you don't groove with the games, your experience is what matters. We live in an era with a lot of great media and you can pick, choose, and then choose something else. True. I'm a fervent defender of your accent work, and this will be on display when I'm called as a witness for your UN trial. There's so many characters in the games I need to hear your voice. I mean, I'm glad that it's enjoyable. You haven't done an Irish one in a while, and I'm not mad about it right now. I don't think I ever did an Irish accent because I don't think it ever successfully happened. I need to like do an accent boot camp and really learn how to do some accents. Can we call Magodit's accent Irish though? Like, from me. It was like one word would be Irish and then it would go into Scottish and then it would just kind of fall apart because I'd start laughing and then it wouldn't work. I thought you would vibe well with a case in Ace Attorney 2, but I had given up hope you'd ever play it, but now there's a spec. Hope. Wow. Where does this guy go? And the other witnesses from this case on the tier list. Oh. Excuse me, we can try. So, Clint. That guy. I think one of the keys to the original trilogy's court cases is asking yourself which statement can be directly contradicted by evidence or a person. ProZD had his friend playing and would gently guide them with that advice. How does that contradict the statement, etc., with some caveats for the occasional unfair or cheap solution? Yeah, I mean, I think that's how all of the evidence kind of works. In this game too. I think sometimes it's just like, I don't know how to describe it. For me, it happened far more in the original Ace Attorney where the game expects something of you, even though there has not been like a natural guiding point to that evidence. And so I think you do actually have to make some leaps of logic in a way. Like, it ends up working. But I think like in Great Ace Attorney, it follows a far more natural course. I don't know. Sometimes the way the game expects you to make a point that is objectively stupid. I'm just like, I don't want to make that point. I don't want to embarrass myself. Okay, right. Let's put Clint on the tier list. And the others. You know, I'm gonna move Gregson up. I'm gonna probably move a Princess guy up. Gregson is bringing me so much joy. He's so sweet, man. He's my little heart. Go on a princess guy, whatever. Come on up. Wait, is the rat literally the rat that died in the hospital? Yeah. I felt my heart. I loved it. Got my voice going. Sorry, it's just the tears. I love watching agility competitions for dogs. Yeah, they do. My dog back in the UK, she loves agility. My mum does it with her for fun. Not for like competitions or anything, but she loves it. Rank the German baby. That's Master Gots to you. I will put Master Gods. No, that's too high. Nina is better. Master Gods. Wow. He's rich and he will start a war. Yeah, war. Why do we put Toby? There are too many characters, man. This is so hard. Toby can go here. Good job, Toby. Hi Kevin, how you doing? Who's Biff? Biff is one of the sailors. Isn't it Biff Stroganoff? That's him. My dog was a lazy little shit, but he made up for it by also being grumpy. Beautiful. I used to, when we got my first dog, Tilly, she was a little border terrier, and I would set up in the garden. I would use like flower pots, and I would set up flower pots, and then I would put like sticks across them to make jumps. And then I would like have a treat and I would run around the garden with her, and I would like set up agility courses around our garden and like make her jump over the stuff. She was really good at it. And then I would try it because I was also obsessed with horses and I liked horse jumping. And so I would literally try and like take like action shots of Tilly jumping over jumps as if she was like a horse. Like, you know, those really cool horse photos when they're like mid-jump. I would try to do that with my dog. And she was just a tiny little terrier. My dog is very agile when it comes to food. The way he weaves between the chair legs to get to the kitchen is impressive. I can't believe Ouchie is higher than McGill did, SMH. Sorry. It's like corrupt versus corrupt. It's hard to choose. It's weird. I don't know why I don't have McGilded higher, because I think it's because I love what he does for the story, but like I don't care much for him himself. But as like a plot element, he's incredible. Did we forget to put Drebber on the tier list, or are we pretending he needs more time to be ranked? What the hell? Oh my god. Okay. I don't feel safe in this stream. What the frick? This is a very mean chat. I remember when... I was gonna say you were nice to me. No, you've always been nice, if a little evil. I actually don't know where he even goes. He is an amazing villain. No, I really do think he is. I think I love like more what he does for Ryunosuke than what he is on his own. He tops one person. Yeah, he just goes like here because he. Oh wait, my monitor is in the way. No, he goes here because he can top egg it, but that's it. Who is bailiff number 2 and what did poor bailiff number 1 do to not even be on the list? I have no clue. I have no idea. It was probably a really funny joke at the time, trust me. Was bailiff number 2 Harlock? I was thinking, was it Harlock or Egger or something? But I think he was just always there. He was on a list in the beginning, so that's a Japanese bailiff. Well, the Japanese bailiff does have like a really strong British accent, so that's kind of unique. Sure. I'm gonna be very strong and brave, and I'm gonna put Drebber here for now. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna put Courtney here. And then I'm also gonna put, actually, you know what? I'm gonna put Courtney's child here. I think I might like the kid more. Because the kid seems more insane, and I do enjoy like a kind of weird child freak character. Like, what the hell is up with that? I don't know. But we'll see. I don't know, Courtney and Harlock did have that energy at the end of yesterday's stream that was quite intense. We love an insane child on this channel. We do. It's fun. Wow, referring to the male character by his last name and the female character over familiarly by her first. That's Dr. Saiti. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dr. Saiti. Maybe one day I'll stop talking about him. Don't. He's beautiful. He's the best. Hi, Tigers. That's my best friend, Omfi. Speaking about best friends, do we want to attempt to start this case? I say attempt because I feel like we're gonna stop like 2 lines in and just be like, what is happening? I miss my wife. And is your wife here? Are we gonna see them? Renosuke and Susto, right? Yeah. Yep. The child is great. I love mask characters who are willing to wear a whole mask instead of a tiny half mask that doesn't cover anything. Damn, that feels pointed. Is there someone wearing half of a mask that you have some problems with? Okay. Man, we're not even spending that long listening to the menu music. Who am I? And a hood too. The hair would give it away. Okay, let's just do it. It's gonna be fine. I don't need to be scared of this trial. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. This will be very fun and nice and pleasant. Oh god. Oh god. There are counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed. It's gonna cut to him. Oh god. Why is the wine bottle already out? Are you sharing? Wow, this is aura. This is a lot. He was pre-drinking. What the hell? To deal with me? Well, like I said, we got 3 lines in before I had to stop. I too now have a little buddy. The prosecution is ready, my lord. Wait, so he's gonna be permanently on screen whenever we cut to Van Zieg's? Susato, move to the other. Susato, move here. Susato, get in the camera. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, who is this person you have with you? Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. And you only have 1 glass? What the hell? Yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh, we drink. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Are we reusing animations, or are we? Or are we? Or. I'm so overwhelmed, man. We haven't even started. This is too much. Metagaming, I see. No, it's not metagaming to think about reusing animations, because Iris uses Harlock's animations as a signify their bond, and Ryunosuke copies, and anyway, do you think they practiced before they came here? I think so. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. What is happening? But he's still suffering from amnesia. So there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands that the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people of this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. Today commence life conjuring trick. It is against the magician's code. Not to mention the law. So true, man. No, that's not your. That was the last guy. So, it takes time to fulfill the wrath of God, if you ask me. Jesus. Okay.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
I am a magician expert. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Now I want to sit back and relax. And all of a sudden I hear this agitating, grating voice. Whoa, 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 whoa. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. I'm not gonna make it out. Who are these people? It was bad enough when it was just Van Zieks and Rionosuke going at it. And now they've brought a third into the mix. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was oh my god, there was an explosion! And I wasn't even thinking about it because I was so distracted. Oh my god. Was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons. It was... What? Put the gun down. This is an outrage! Adding a third into the mix always makes things more complicated. It does. It does. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. Wow, that's an interesting hole. Cool. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. Mods, can we quote that? Quote. Okay. Anyway. I was already typing. Shamsphere before killing the lodger sleeping above him? What? He did it to destroy the evidence, did he?
That Enoch Drebber.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. The post-explosion photograph. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Oh my. Oh my. Wait, so how tall? Wait, no, I should not. I was gonna ask how tall Casimir is. But what would that even imply? What would that say? What would that mean? Nothing, surely. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection. Objection.
As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Assman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Assman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. There's so much energy in this courtroom, I'm gonna explode. Thank you, counsels. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. God, isn't the energy already here enough? At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Welcome back. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Who knows? Hard to pin down. Hard to pin down, I would say. Man, you talk a lot, Drebber, about being screwed and being nailed and being pinned down, and there's a lot of words you use. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before?
Oh, you too? I didn't know feel myself.
Occupation? That bitch. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. I'm starting to think the Drebber wouldn't top Egbert after all. What a twist. A twist in the case. Hi, Auto Fantasy. Happy Saturday. I hope you're doing well. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it. In precise accordance with the blueprint. Wait, blueprints? Like blueprints? Oh my god. But that's all. How subservient BPZ wants his apprentice to be, bowing every interaction. Gulp. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection! You're a goddamn liar.
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
I was like, where's he gone? But he's just being covered. You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. Just hid under the bench. Where's he gonna go when Van Zieks throws his leg up? No, I don't think. My goodness. Where is he gonna go? Wow. I'm just gonna imagine him kicking too. He puts his leg over Van Zieks' leg on the desk. He helps him lift his leg. Wow. Him under the bench. We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Wow, he's looking to you, chat, and definitely not me. I would never procrastinate. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. This is too much. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Assman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprint. Wait! Blueprint? And I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. This case is so funny because if the roles reversed and Ryunosuke was insisting that on teleportation being possible, Van Zieks would kill him on the spot. I mean, with the amount of attitude that Van Zieks gave Ryunosuke about not knowing about different types of windows, I fear for how eviscerated Ryunosuke would be if he suggested that teleportation was real. If the whole show was a fraud, I would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear before their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. Surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without submitting the original with a fake. It's substituting the original without a fake at some point in the performance. Hello, Jake.
Oh, hey.
He actually does have such kite hair. You're so right. I didn't even think about it. Thank you so much, Jake, for the 56 months. Thank you. Welcome back. How you doing? Drebit almost feels like a fighting game character who would kill me with science equipment. Yeah, I see that. I definitely see that. Were you here for Scythe yesterday, Jake? Scythe could be a Jake character, actually. Jake, how do you feel about a very pale— oh wait, I can show you an image. How do you feel about a very light-haired blonde woman who will probably like cut you up? And she's a medical doctor. I was about to say a medical person. They have titles. She's a doctor. She looks super mean. I need her. Perfect. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Incidentally. The prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Assman has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. Look at this trophy we found. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Why is Van Zeek's working with an ASEAN? Yeah, you know, Cook. God, where to begin? This is a young man, or is he, with amnesia, who bears a striking resemblance in aura to someone we once loved and lost. And I wonder who it is. A person of unknown age and origin. I'll think we remembered that he once— Was that necessary? Was that necessary? Did you need to? What the hell? What you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science. Mods, do something. Oh, look at his coat. Sorry. Counselor for the defense. Your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago. Tell me about it.
Hold it!
Thank you, Orange. I hope you have a good day.
I hope you get to witness this greatness one day. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Assman himself? True, Sota. True. Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Assman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. I was literally thinking of Rapunzel, entangled with like the flowers and everything in the hair. I was like, yeah, he would look beautiful. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Ryunosuke! Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints. Blueprint I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrained certainly has a mind like no other. He provided me with a blueprint wing, and I constructed the machine.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I have furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? Well, there's the hole. Don't... Okay. It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosion device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. We have to pin down his hole. Huh? What? He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. In the whole show as a fraud, it would have required a body double. Okay, surely we're going to be presenting the waxwork, no? But do I jump ahead of the game? I don't think so. I'm too scared to do such a thing.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it! Mr. Assman was a twin! You're so embarrassing.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Assman had no twin siblings. Oh, no, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It's beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I know they practice. Surely. They don't have this much charisma. First time they're doing this. They worked on it. Oh no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the Crystal Tower.
Hold it!
Mystery Man. Wow, that guy is an idiot. It reminds me of something. The comment of Sean really stirred some memories in me. It crashed head first, you say? Head first? According to many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. It was unlikely you were there on the day. But were you there? Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Curious. Don't know how that happened. Head first? No, you need to buy me dinner first. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. In the workshop, straight up building it, and by it, haha, well, let's just say my blue. Beautiful. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know? Right. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victims' bodies. What are they printing in the papers? Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed to belong to the defendant. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of the fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do you know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. What? Okay. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprint. Wait, I've given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the... Have you know, I studied for 6 months before coming back to law. A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo! The point is, the experiment resulted in an instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. What the fuck in Mr. Naruhodo? He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. Or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Assman and this man on the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zieg's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Juicy. Okay. I think we could possibly do this one. Did the victim have a twin? Or all the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash head first. I mean, that sounds good to me. But maybe I think this is it. I think I'm jumping ahead. I think I'm jumping ahead. I find his aesthetic unsettling. I think he would be happy to hear that. How's it going, Indy? Redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym the Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. Courtney Stevens? So there's a Mr. or Mrs. Scythe in your life? Or did you just change it? You're too locked in. I need to chill out a bit. I've solved the case. Whoa. Oh, look! The cover came open.
Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside.
You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, see? Is something wrong?
There is no plate.
It's been removed. Crazy that my last name is currently Scythe. What a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Poor Susto-san, she looks devastated. Oh, my angel, I'm sorry. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. No. Professor Mikotoba can relax. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Well, I'm sure it's perfectly fine. We've all spilt something somewhere. At least once in our lives. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. But it doesn't have his name on it. Like, couldn't that just... you know, not to suspect him or anything. But there's, like, who's to say this is even his? This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please! I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. He's a very strange man. No, I'm angry about it. I'm with Ryunosuke. That's actually horrifying. Sorry, he's not a strange man. He's right. I'm in the wrong. Down, 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 down. Oh, can we look at this? He's spitting, but no one is listening. So sad. So sad. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Sure. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. God, the way Ryunosuke just like freaking hates Sholmes right now. Which is valid. You know, I cannot blame him. Ah, look here, Miss Susto. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height. Oh, so it wasn't head first? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Ew. It's a teeny tiny itty bitty bit deserved right now. A little. A little.
Objection!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Oh, whoa, okay, we went further than I thought with this. Oh, God. Wait, why was some of it highlighted? Wait, what? Good gracious, explain yourself. God. So true, King. God. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well. If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. Birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level,
which is approximately 18 meters.
It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Gee, deflagration! Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
So you saying you don't believe the British public? But the victim's neck was broken!
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. What? God, I love his music. He wasn't quiet for long. I love his theme so much. And doesn't it, like, make you think? I don't know, obviously people who've played this game can only speak from their memory, I guess, of the events. But, like, you know what the truth is. But to me, this bit of the song makes me think that there's, like, more to him. Because everything in the workshop sets up Drebber, I think, to be, like, clearly the evil person. Or, like, clearly the bad person. But even in his song alone, I'm like, no, there's more to it. There's more to him. What's happening? I don't know. I'm suspicious.
I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Ziegs.
Oh, really? He's like next to him. And I'm sure he motivates him very well. What? This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived the personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Yeah, there are no simple villains. Which also makes me think it's gonna end up being sad, like every other case in this game. I couldn't say for sure, but I do know that you, Hannah, are the one who can unlock his heart. Wow. It's beautiful. Thanks. If you're gonna establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. I know, I'm sad the song went. Ugh, I nearly had him there. Oh, his little head wobbles! Oh, you're a potty. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Hold it!
I keep saying this is one of my favorites about like every single piece of music in this game, but it's true. These character themes truly are the characters, and the rest of the music just fits every single scene so well. It's so expertly composed. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And from the extras, like the extra content we looked at the end of Great Ace Attorney 1, it's clear the composers had so much love for their characters and could tell when a song didn't fit their character and had so much to say with the music. It's crazy. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are a lot of witnesses who saw Mr. Assman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. Wow. The balloon exploded. Was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes. It's all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes. But could we say he fell... How tall was the platform? It was tall enough that Ryunosuke ran out of breath walking up it.
Objection!
Oh. I thought that was a cool thought. I think this is the one we have to present against, though. Okay. The kinesis took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Wait, but so are we saying? I don't understand what they were saying. Hold on. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere else. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Wait, so why couldn't... I don't get what they're saying. Like, why does Van Zieks bring up the balloon? I thought we weren't accepting that the balloon was a thing. Well, maybe we are?
Objection!
Maybe I don't understand anything. Maybe I'm not scientifically sound. Maybe I don't understand science or magic. Maybe I am simply ill-equipped for this case. You're just probing. Okay, yeah. Jump scared me so bad I pushed my ring pop all the way down my finger and now it's stuck. Oh my god! Good luck! I believe in you! Oh no! Oh boy. Okay. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. Good luck to you too. Oh boy. The whole show was a fraud. It would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. Blueprints. Wait. Blueprints? I need a coffee. I need a 5-hour energy. I need to lock the hell in. Thank you for the postage. You didn't actually finish your coffee? Did I not? Oh no, has all the ice melted? those few last remaining sips of coffee, they could save me. Which evidence didn't work so far? So I presented twice on this statement, and I used the image of the balloon, and I used the image of the post explosion. I think I got stuck on this one too. And I'm surrounded by all these characters, and it's messing with her. I'm too overwhelmed. I vividly remember being stuck on this one for ages. I remember this part, I was stuck here and on the one before that. Oh gosh, is this a really hard one? I gotta focus the frick up. Also same. Quiet on comms. Focus up. Ah. Also, if you want some stuff narrowed down, this case is pretty tough at times. Thank you. Thank you. Obviously the solution is to go and kiss Van Zieks. I mean, what? I mean, what? Kiss Van Zieks. Whoa. With our mouths? Whoa. I got every question right on my first try, and the developers sent Scythe to my house and we rode dirt bikes. Damn! What the hell? Why didn't you let me know that that was a possibility? That's the best way to pass knowledge between two people kissing. Maybe this is distracting me. Maybe it's this. No, because then I could have done it before, surely. But maybe the game is ready for that. Maybe the game lets you apply two pieces of information. Does Susato have any words of wisdom? He's certainly very sure of himself.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other.
But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence.
With Mr. Assman and this man in the stand trick professor, they take advantage. I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zieks. Renoski stands in a courtroom with maybe Kazuma and loses everything he learned in the past year. Hate to see it. It's a very overwhelming time. His heart is so delicate. You have to understand it. I would be the same. I wouldn't even be able to like be in the room. Like the way I just would not even be able to act. I don't think I would be able to do anything without ripping the mask off of his face. Like, how are you meant to just go about your life? Let's try the waxwork, because I don't know. Maybe we're just presenting the idea that you could have used a fake body. Let's just try it and see what happens.
Objection!
Ugh. And seeing Van Zieks get close with him. I certainly wouldn't be smirking confidently with my hand on Kuruma, ever. It must be this. It's literally taking Susto all of her willpower not to jump across the courtroom and rip off his mask. Yeah, like she was way more intense about it yesterday. Ryunosuke is handling it. Susto is losing it. Do we present the crossbow because that implies the second bird cage? But why wouldn't the balloon also imply that? Or maybe I need to not show the picture of the loot. Maybe I need to show the cloth?
Objection!
Not here. Like the music continuing to play and you're like, fuck! I fucked up! Okay, let's just do a quick cheeky. Let's just hold it. Just. Okay, let's do the crossbow and then we'll see how much I lose my mind.
Objection!
Shit. Right, okay. Great. Sorry, I'm quite calm. No. No, I'm not. Maybe we need to show the relative positions. Why? I don't know. And before somehow it's the armband. You don't get it. It's the armband from Kazuma. Kazuma? What is that name? Why does it sound familiar somehow? True, Flooped. So true. I've been kind of just like watching his animations and he doesn't even have that many. Even when like Van Zieks is slamming the table, he's just like a void. Okay, you can tell me yes or no. Is it this statement? Or is it a different statement? It is the frick. Okay, good. I mean, that's... I've won half the battle. Good. If it is Casimir, then he's in a British court, his dream, and isn't even fully present to appreciate it. Literally, he doesn't have his heart or his soul, and he doesn't have his promise. He isn't... Ah! Whatever. And that's enough of that. Okay, so it is this. I have put this, and this. And it's none of that. Okay. Maybe it is this. I don't want to press the button. I'm scared. There's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. But I think I know what it is, and it's so stupid. Really? Maybe it is this, just to like show the general positions of everything. But I don't think that entirely works.
Objection!
This is a diagram at the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet or 9 meters. What? However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Yeah, we do, for sure. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on the same diagram. Oh! I think I got it. They want me to say like here, right? Because this is 30 feet, and then this is 30 feet.
Take that!
Then why doesn't the photo work? You're saying the same thing! The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is the point I made the first time where I presented the first piece of evidence that says the exact same thing. Yeah. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. I know! Yes, but it does not show how high the hole is. Yeah, it's what, but we have brains. But we have brains in our skulls. We can think with them. And we can look at a photo and go, oh, this is the top of the stage. Speak for yourself. You know what I wish you could do? I wish you could do, I guess it's kind of close to what it actually does ask you to do, but there's I find a really fun mechanic in AI, the Somnium Files, where you have to like combine pieces of evidence together. And I wish you could do stuff like present the photograph, and then it would be like, why do you want to present that as your evidence? And then you could like back it up with different stuff. I don't know if that would be getting too complicated gameplay wise, but I think that could be fun. I get your idea, but I think they'd screw it up to make the combination stupid. Monkey's paw curls. No, no, no. It's funny because, like, yes, in a courtroom where you need no shred of doubt, that absolutely matters, but it doesn't feel good in a video game. Yeah. It's fine. I'm not mad about it. I'm really fine with everything that occurred. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Council. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you're as fine about this as you are about the apprentice. Absolutely. You'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Cool. When the experimentation got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath. The birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Yeah, like the way the apprentice does not react at all is like creepy. He doesn't have emotions. He's a void. They should make the photo a valid objection, but make Zeke's question you on the depth of the hole when you present the diagram 2 valid routes or something. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, I like that. Once again, my lord. This all points to the fact that there was not 1 birdcage, but 2.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had a contrivance in its design. Well, okay, now he's doing the opposite. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Look into the void, Van Zeeks. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber! It was you who built the kinesis machine. Which means that it was you who built the 2 bud cages that were used to carry out this deception.
Whether Professor Harebraine's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Assman's life. And lay the blame firmly on the professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh my god, he's growling! Grrr. Ah! Whoa!
Objection!
Uh-oh. Again? What about the last bottle? Oh my god. Wow, what a treat. Okay, if my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertion. Oh, okay. He did all that work for you! He just got his sword out and used it so masterfully. Now you're crushing him. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the Kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Oh. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord? What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeps? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Assman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted into that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. See, but why was that in the contract? In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Assman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Come on, that's got to spark something in you, my man. Please. You don't remember him flailing across the desk like that? It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It is impossible that I am the culprit. Yeah, with a smile like that, who couldn't trust you?
Objection!
Oh. At the beginning of the trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. You've made him so sad. Look at his eyebrows. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, I've just had 6 months off, so what's another 6? Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not?
What? It was the Bohemian boy, 11, a young prince from the royal family of Bohemia with an excessively long name. I have figured it out. Van Zeke's not even telling Ryunosuke he's wrong, just telling him to prepare to back himself up. He's so shonen mentor coded. He's very cool. Ooh. Got him. Maybe it is her though. With the waxwork. And then she was like play acting it, being like, oh no. It could be her too. I feel like that makes a little less sense, but it's kind of juicy. It was him. Can we accuse Harlock Sholmes and finally get him sent to jail? Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. Did you ever have an accomplice or not? I'll name him. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Maybe it is her then. Counsel. My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name.
Can I save the game first, please, so I can make some silly decisions? Good sir. I have several people I want to name, if you wouldn't mind. I believe he is in the stands. It is one Mr. Harlock Shams.
Take that!
Who is this person? You know what, Judge? Say no more. That alone will have killed him. That alone of saying who the hell is that will have destroyed him for life. We're good, thank you. Someone intimately related to the crime, my lord. And someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. Yes, thank you. I am aware of the person, obviously. But on what basis do you claim felonious involvement? Like the vibes. Have you seen them? They're atrocious. You surely wouldn't say you don't know, would you?
Oh.
I'm sure you simply slipped and pointed to the wrong person, didn't you? There's no other explanation. Yeah, ha ha ha.
Take that!
Who is this person? That's what I want to know. Who is he? Unmask him at once, Judge. We must. We must. Oh, come on. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, let's present Corny. Excuse me, Filio, this means what?
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Miss Susato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then. Here goes.
Oh, Susato.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel. Now.
The enemy. Akihiko-senpai is in trouble.
The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. If they're going to be on the stand together, that's one hell of an energy. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off.
Susato's back. She's home. It's the best. I love her. Yippee! How you doing, Dalalia?
Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. Can you not threaten me with a gun? I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. Dead room worker. We need a better name. Hi, Ovidian. How do you call her a criminal? This is a lot to handle. Van Zeeks is once again blocking the assistant's face, but... My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. Thank you. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. Dead room worker? That's what it's called when I do stand up. Oh my god, Indy. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem.
Oh my word!
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What?
Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must have also contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Assman. That's true. If my argument is that there were two bird cages, then there must have also been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Okay, Van Zeeks, you're gonna hate this. Straight up, you're gonna not be happy about what I'm about to present, but just trust me, go along for the ride. It's about the journey, not the destination, okay? Just go with me here. Work with me. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concern. Oh, damn. By presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Assman's body double. Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Have you seen the Prestige 2006, Your Honor? The body double and the bird cage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. Which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! I figured it out! The body double inside the second birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Assman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the Kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's being described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, Counsel? According to your somewhat elaborate version of events? And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Susato, did you know that you're beautiful and you're perfect and I love you and you're everything and your hopes and dreams and you're the support everyone needs in life? Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Susato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may oh my god, what? Where did that come from? That thing there? What? Why do we have this? Where did this come from? What? What? Goodness gracious, was that just here the whole time? And no one... Open your eyes, lad! Hello.
Objection!
You know that's valid. You know that's valid! Do you think she's extra encouraging right now because of what she wanted from her sexy, suspicious father and her court experience?
And instead he was just like, well, this is the only time you're gonna do this because you're a woman, so get good. Open your eyes. Why did you have... That could have been perfect. You kind of fucked it up at the end. Whatever. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. I don't want to. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand. She's gone aside. Yeah, there we go. Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. No, he's stressing out. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor. So, Clint!
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team was an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicating waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. Well, we don't know that because we don't know his face! What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Trevor. What? Just days before the Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Trevor abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you just say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Trevor? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Trevor would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Assman. Oh. What? Where did this... sorry. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Yeah, of course you bloody well have. I'll give the summation examination. Don't even bother saying guilty. What's the point? Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Guilty! Guilty! Theory so bad I got them announcing guilty. Maybe. Ah, good job taking good job taking care of your chores, Holly. Honestly, this jury is very level-headed. Honestly, yes. Guilty. So as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall go through this, Mr. Naruhodo. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination.
Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. Now we get to show off all of the Casimir's in front of him. Feeling normal and cool. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime which he has charged.
I've known that woman for years. She's never been accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Can you put... what? Are you just staring at the image of those two in the paper? Because, like, fair enough.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I am a magic expert.
I say never gonna prove that this waxwork has ever been inside the barricade. It's conjecture.
Guilty! Accusing someone without right evidences. He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Cool. I was about to say conflict of interest for this juror, knowing her, but to be fair, how could they have known? You get off this time British court system. Somewhat unsurprisingly. It seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has a polarized opinion. Curious, I wonder why. Given that its face is obscured and it's built in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it is as Mr. Assman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim.
Well, if that's the case... we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord.
Look at him. Wow.
The defense's rebuttal. I've known that woman for years!
Hold it!
Comment of Sean. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes. When needs must. What's wrong with that? Everything. Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know? Wow, and it's already turned out like this, huh? Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And win we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than that is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. How dare you? Hosonaga is out there trying his best. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. True. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I'll tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim we were, full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear.
Vim. I see. It's utter nonsense to think these two would ever be conniving with one another.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right, oh. That woman is the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
Hold it!
Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. I'm gonna start calling murderers scoundrels. Griffith, the greatest scoundrel of them all.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxworks.
Oh, she's a shipper? Romantic.
The women of society such as myself use everything in terms of relationships, you know?
Oh my god, juror number 2, you're kind of speaking my language, I don't know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor.
She gets it. Wait. Update the character ranking. Number 1. Juror number 2, number 1. She gets it. She's like, oh, the handsome prosecutor and her brain,
Which must mean, of course, that the prosecutor might even find the great detective rather handsome too.
wow.
Perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. Yeah, very Inosuke. Tap into that. What is happening? Okay, my goodness.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yes, I agree. What do you think about her other statements? As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Juror number 2 has been waiting for any excuse to talk about this. She's just like, guys, I really need everyone to... You guys can see the tension in this courtroom, right? Shu Takumi speaking directly to the audience, yup. I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I have been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. What's up, buddy? Bloody hell, put that thing down!
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Otomol? Are you calling a mass murderer? Oh,
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Shams. Fuck you, Mr. Shams, if you're out there. Fuck you. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day. Back in the good old day. Oh, Jesus. It wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. Gregson does not support this message. Maybe. By Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you. Humph. Wait, do we not like Shams anymore? Has the ship sailed? Okay, so basically we do love Shams. Obviously we do. He's a sickness that I cannot be cured from. But he may have known that Casimir was not dead and lied about it for like a year. And just like every time Susato and Ryunosuke were grieving, he was just like, haha, anyway, joke time. And then he was like so yikes about it. When they tried to call him out, he just laughed in their faces and then was like, yeah, of course I would lie to you. Anyway, can you give me some money right now? And then he showed up at court to be like, look, Ryunosuke, I'm here to support you in your court case. Isn't that so epic and cool of me? And then Ryunosuke was like, okay, great, anyway. And then went back to being a lawyer. And then Shams interrupted him again and said, why aren't you thanking me for being here? And Ryunosuke was like, I don't care. Shams was like, wah, wah, wah. And then we haven't seen him since. I'm in love with him. You did the same to Iris and his dad, and we don't give you crap about it. I'm just saying. If I could jump into the game and take control in such a way, maybe I would. But alas, I cannot. Anyway, that's why we're being sassy towards Herlock. It's very funny. I'm having a great time of it. You missed how he tried to steal Iris's credits as well. Oh yeah. And then he kept saying he wouldn't have enough money to feed Iris food. And at this point, I'm not sure where the jokes begin and end. I find it so fascinating that Herlock goes, yes, I've been lying to you about your loved one being dead, and I can't tell you anything about why yet. And Susato and Ryu don't completely hate him or cut him off. Like, it's such a deep betrayal of trust, and yet they still have some strong amount of trust in him not to write him off, and like, it's fascinating. I think Ryunosuke definitely trusts him, obviously, but like, Ryunosuke is not a fan of him right now. I don't think Ryunosuke has ever been as cold to a single person in this game than he was to Herlock at the beginning of this trial. Like, he's nicer to Van Zeeks than he was to Herlock. It's crazy. I love it. I think it's amazing. Him getting up early was Iris's work, but he explicitly says, don't thank her, thank him for getting up, yeah. He's nice, a nice man. No, it's genuinely so cool to me because I thought this case was really gonna jump into Van Zeeks. Like, that's how it kind of seems to be unraveling, is very, very Van Zeeks focused. And I was like, oh, I'm eating this up, this is incredible. But now it seems to be more about Herlock. Obviously still very Van Zeeks focused and Apprentice focused, but I feel like we're seeing such a side to Herlock that is like unbelievably and endlessly fascinating in how genuinely nasty he is. Like, it's incredible to me. Like, he can play it off as like, ooh, I'm the fool, hee hee hee. But he's nasty. It's crazy. It makes my brain go like a little hamster on a wheel. Just grrr. I love that the writers let Ryu be mad at him and that the game doesn't just glaze over it. I feel like it could be very easy to do that, and if the writers wanted to still make you like Herlock and have you still see him as a silly fun good guy, but they let Herlock be awful and it's great. Yes! Because they could just make him be like, hee hee hee, and then Ryunosuke like be like, okay, well, it's Mr. Sholmes anyway, haha, and like eye roll and move on. But they don't do that. Like, Ryunosuke has never been colder to a person than he was to Herlock. And the way that Herlock is acting is just so nasty. It's incredible. Ryunosuke has always been a bit sassier to Herlock, but he suddenly is colder now. I don't think he's that cold, but it's definitely more I'm done with his shit than previously. Yeah, I don't read him, at least in the beginning of this trial, I don't even think he's being sassy. Like, it's not his kind of sarky, sassy attitude that he always gives Herlock. Like, it's a complete... For me, the reason it's cold is because Ryunosuke, when he's sassy, is still kind of encouraging and letting Herlock do more. Like, he's kind of like wingmanning his jokes. Whereas now, right before this trial started, he just was shutting him down. Like, he wasn't interested in hearing him. Which comes across so cold to me because it's Ryunosuke. Like, this is not Ryunosuke, a Ryunosuke we've seen. And I'm like, whoa. It's so good. I love how we're getting little bits of Herlock as the good guy too, like him helping Gina and him flipping the photograph right side up on Ryunosuke's office. It's just not a clear-cut, oh, he's a horrible person now. There's enough there to make you want to know why he would lie to them like that. What part of him is the truth of this character? It's juicy. Yes! And I think also that's why it like hurts even more. Because it's so, like, I don't ever really not like characters, like, morally, if that makes sense. Like, as in, someone can be really, like, nasty in their character, and I can be like, oh my god, yes, that's incredible. Like, I don't see that as, like, on a personal level, I don't like you. But for me, I think this game is so good. Like, this happens so rarely to me. I can only remember, like, 2 other times this has happened to me, where a character acts in a way where it, like, actually, like, upsets me because I'm just like, oh, why are you being so mean? And I'm just like, why? Why are you being like this? And I think that's such a mark of, like, how involved I am in the relationships, because I'm like, why are you hurting Ryunosuke and Susato like this? And it's such a side to him that feels so awful. But at the same time, he's saying all this awful stuff, but I'm like, does he want to say this? Is he doing it for a reason? Does he want to say this? Does he actually feel like this? And then my heart breaks. He seems so fed up with Sholmes' usual shenanigans. He knows how much of it is an act now. Yeah. Yakuza morality tier list, comeback. Let's go. Oda top 1. Great detectives are wont to lie. What a fucked up thing to say. What else has he been lying about? The coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best, and the apple of the force's eye. I bet he's not even blonde. He's a boxed eye blonde? No. No way. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name.
Her maiden name? So that was before she was married? Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
You have? Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? I think I said it yesterday, but it ties back to the conversation they had about trust in 1-4 so interestingly. Yo! I hadn't even thought about that! Whoa! Hearing from the man who literally taught you how to trust and what your role should be as a lawyer, that he himself is a liar. Yeah, that's true, Artesian. I don't know if grey rocking is the phrase, but it like makes sense to me. And the similarities there between Van Zieks being willing to be the villain in the eyes of others and Harlock possibly doing the same. Like he's lying and hiding things for a purpose and he doesn't even care if it completely ruins his image in the eyes of people he cares about because the end goal is what matters. Yes! Somehow it kind of reminds me... I don't know if this quite makes sense yet, to be honest. Like what you said really reminds me of like how Harlock and Iris's dynamic kind of feels. Like he couldn't even let Iris call him daddy, right? And I wonder like how Harlock is willing to be seen by people. I don't know. That's interesting. I need to keep that like pinned in my mind. She's calling Stevens back on you, of course, literally coroner even then. Okay, so I think we can pit nope. This one. Is Iris aware yet that her father is dead? Could that be why Harlock rejects the role to maintain the illusion that Dr. Wilson is alive? Potentially, I think. She doesn't know that he's dead yet, no. You claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no use to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. I do wonder if he's keeping a distance between him and Iris so that if something does happen to him or his image, at least Iris won't be losing yet another father figure, but he doesn't understand his own importance in her life. And then acting more of a father figure to Gina than her.
You need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less from a logical argument than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society.
Ooh, wait, you're from the place where this is from? Ooh, okay.
But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I don't think so. Wow, good vibes this stream. Yeah, can we get the vibes back in half? Let's think about boys kissing. Think about Rinosuke. Mwah. Van Zeeks. Think about Susato came back. Woohoo! Think about there's got to be something else. No mug. The parallels. Hollock knows something but won't elaborate. We know Iris's father is dead, but we won't say anything. I feel like things are gonna break down. Me too. Me too. What the hell, Jake? We got Variety Wednesday and Shitty Vibes Saturday. Woohoo! Shitty Vibes Saturday. Hey, can you shut up?
I think the moderators in this stream are really unfriendly.
Hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instant faceless machine. Dr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations. Mr. Drebber may only uphold his right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. Imagine a first-time chat is seeing this. Welcome on it. Can you shut the f- I don't think we can prolong this. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage. No, I don't think so. Well, I can state quite categorically, sir, that we have no such evidence at the present time.
That much was abundantly clear before the Brashe proclamation, I assure you.
First time chatters, watch yourselves. You can count on the fact that I shan't be changing my leaning.
Oh dear. The proclamation was even brassier than yours, Mr. Naruhodo.
If only we had some evidence, things might be different though. A lot would be different with evidence. Ryonosuke.
Choosing someone without right evidences, he's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
Colonel Cobb, he's been growing in the back of the farm. Picked him off on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial. What the hell, you want a child to starve? What are you, Harlock?
Oh no, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I've summoned Big to the side, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Nibble, 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 nobble, guilty bobble, nibble, not guilty out. Nibble, nobble, guilty bobble, nibble, not guilty out. Nibble, nobble, guilty bobble, nibble, not guilty out. Nibble, nobble, guilty bobble, nibble, not guilty out.
What's happening?
Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals.
Wow, Rinosuke, I didn't expect this pro-starving children's stance from you, but fuck to be honest. Hitting the wrong button and accidentally replying, hey, can you shut up, to a first-time chatter saying, hey, I've been lurking for a while. I just wanted to say watching your content has helped me get through some tough times. Thank you for your good vibes. You would literally never see me again.
So Professor Henry's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Did you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. And Tom's awfully full already.
Amazing. Bro. Okay. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor wasn't that bad, Cage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. Everyone is guilty. What a corny joke. This is how we'll find out the murder was committed with a cob of corn. Thank God Chrissy the corn chomper is here. Hi, Julia.
If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it.
The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too.
In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds.
If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Is that hard? Right. Yes! Those things are similar.
Objection!
Objection. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me.
What can I do for you? Oh, peek. Peek. Will we be able to see him? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. Look, amnesia man, gaze upon me! Oh, we can't see him. But look, he can see everything. He can see his soul, his promise, his heart. Gaze upon me. Nice. Nice. If we show him Karuma enough times. There's actually a secret ending where if you just show off Karuma in the walking animation enough times, the game ends then, and you get the 7 hour 60. I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. Those hip movements are familiar somehow. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally.
As a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say?
How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask that the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. I don't know why I started playing around with options and decided to leave myself with 1 health, but here we are. I'll never make a joke again.
Take that!
Oh, I didn't. Okay, I meant to read it, but I'm glad I chose the right one. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does this have? It is, of course, in the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's. But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Is this the report Herlock got us? Maybe. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Strike a light.
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. Oh my god, Van Zeeks is tall. Sorry, I hadn't seen them side by side yet. He's, what, how long? He's like 6'4". He's big tall. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tussauds. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Assman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh, you can get behind this, surely, ma'am. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is almost extraordinary. We're surely not obliged now to explore this further. No, we are now obliged. Sorry, we're very obliged. Not guilty. Not guilty. Everyone, say not guilty now. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. She's so valid. I love her. She might be one of my favorite jurors. I must say. Is that a nonsense that those two would ever be conniving with one another? I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without real evidence is not a proper job with me. I won't have it. There was the one guy we could get evidence from. Do real-life British courts use a scale of literal fire hanging above the jury to show a court verdict? Yeah. Actually, there was, when I was like 15, 16, I forget. It was around then. I did a mock court where I actually played the defendant. And different members of my school were like the defense and defense witnesses. And they even brought out like the whole scales of fire. And everything. It was crazy. And I actually got found not guilty. So it was cool. Were you found guilty? No, not guilty. Okay, all of that is true apart from the scales thing. Was confetti involved? No, but I was told I did it really well. Because I remember, so basically the like fake case that they came up with was that I had like assaulted my sister. And it was like a grievous bodily harm accusation. And that was what I was defending from. But I think it was like even my sister hadn't accused me. It was like someone else had accused me. And I don't know, like I forget the whole thing. But I was told by several like actual real life people that there was real life people as in real life adult lawyers. They were real people. This wasn't all just in my head, I promise. I think it was a judge and a lawyer told me that there was one of the questions that the prosecution asked me was, they asked me how I felt at the time. Because like you have like a whole backstory and you have to like remember it and then like you're improvising obviously, but they were like, how did you feel at the time of the alleged assault?
and I said something that was different from what I had said in my initial statement. And so the prosecution was like, oh, but you said this initially. And I was panicking, but I was like, I remember answering something like, well, I was feeling many things or something, so I don't think something as complicated and whatever could be simply defined to only a few adjectives. And it was something like that. And then I remember the lawyer who was like helping my school was like, you did great with that one. And then, but then the lawyer was like, but what I would have said is that you didn't remember saying that and that the police have like changed your statement. Like you should have like caused some drama. And I was like, I would never do that. What? But I did get fined not guilty, so there you go. Boom. I won. My school won. Did they just advise you to lie? I mean, I think so, kind of. Good job it wasn't trial for arson. Huh? You burned down your school one time, and then everyone just holds it against you. We did a mock trial in school once. I was the one that actually did the crime, confessed on the stand, and was still found not guilty because the defendant was doing a character voice that sounded guilty. Mock trial was fun. I liked it. It was great.
I don't
think we do have evidence, no? Unless like the head itself is as of evidence because it was at his house. Or maybe there's something on the head that we have not observed. Can't believe we didn't do any mock trials in school. SMH, what is school even for? What's weird is my school only did one, and then we never did one again. But I loved it. I had such a good time. Because I loved acting. So it was really just like improv acting plus like lawyering. And I thought it was so cool. But they only did it once. So I guess I just got really lucky. Damn, not the stream element slander. Do you think Van Zinks and the Apprentice are communicating in some way while Ryunosuke is doing all this, either via whispers or just body language? Through pouring wine, I assume. It's not slander, it's true! Oh my god. What was your one about? Tell me again. I hope they're holding hands. Oh, surely. At least like crossing their legs under the desk. Top 5 characters from any media you would want to see a Ryunosuke defend in court, and only if you want what they would be accused of. It's always Kanemata. If like... Okay. Yeah, I do want Kanemata on trial. It would be so funny. How's it going, Carl? Welcome. Kanemata on trial for spoilers. That would be really funny. Nanako? Are we just going to accuse children? Imagine accusing Nanako of a crime. Who would do that? That's messed up. Okay, we're gonna accuse Kanemata of spoilers. We're gonna accuse Hornet from Silk Song for destroying Steam in a purposeful attack. But we'll defend Hornet. We're going to also defend Wormon for encouraging Digimon enslavement through other Ken. James Silent Hill. I can't defend that. We could defend James Silent Hill for just being a fucking weirdo. Ash Ketchum, you're on thin ice. Wormon did aid and abet some crying. Yes! Literally, Ken was like, I'm gonna be the ruler and dictator of all Digimon and enslave them, and Wormon was like,
I believe in you. You can do anything you put your mind to, Ken.
see you'll defend Emma, I dare you. He was having a bad time. And he was really sad, Your Honor. Haven't you ever been depressed? He was dehydrated. He was literally anemic. He was literally anemic, man. I will also defend... Who will I defend? Why do I always look at my wall of fan art just to figure out who to answer with things? I think we could defend James Silent Hill. I think we'll defend James Silent Hill. We'll probably lose, but I'll try. And it was just because he's a weird, weird man. Maruki, he was sad too. My last and final person I shall defend will be any other version of Sherlock. I'll defend the Sherlock Holmes from Wednesday where he blew up 4 times in a row. Because at that point, it's his fault, I think. Let's be real, Hannah would probably defend all of the Persona antagonists. Most of them! I think you would have a good chance of defending a lot of them in a court of law. Except the main game P5 one. Unironically, that is exactly what I was thinking too. I was like, I would defend every single one of them apart from him. Because I don't know how I would defend him. Dimitri. I'll defend Edelgard. I'll defend Edelgard because someone's got to. And I'll happily do it.
Dio from VLR. Can you hear me out? It's just what unhinged person could I defend in court? Yeah. We're really just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders, that's real pleasing for you. You're not wrong there. Hannah in a line of 100 lesbians, somebody has to. Defend Edelgard, let Akane defend herself. Defend Byakuya and get annoyed when he keeps trying to take over. Yeah, that would be so good. Man, sorry, I'm just thinking about that comment. I think it's still on one of my YouTube videos. So like, I love Edelgard, right? Like she's a great character. I think she's amazing. And I just remember receiving a comment. I forget, it was a lot of paragraphs, I think. But all I can remember is them opening with, Edelgard is just cheap waifu bait. And then proceeds to list like every reason that she's a bad person. And I was like, okay, so she's more, so you know. Evil but hot, so morally grey. No, they weren't even saying morally grey. They were saying like she wasn't good enough as waifu bait to be morally grey. I think was their argument. So maybe if she was hotter, it would be more okay. It was very strange. Oh. Might be I was feeling saucy that day. No, get him. Let him know. Well, there you go, Blue Butter. That's incredible. Ryunosuke just spending enough time with James that he's like, you know what? I can't. Let's send him to jail, actually. I think it's for the best.
Hold it!
The quotebot was a wonderful idea. It's been fantastic. I can't believe we've only had it for such a short amount of time. I genuinely want to see James and Ryunosuke be forced to hang out. It would be so fun because I genuinely like don't know how either character would interact in that space. Ryunosuke would lock him in a room. He'd be so stressed out, I fear. Okay, let's just say that we have evidence. Sure, I've got it. I don't. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh, I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. Maruki from Persona 5. True! So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anybody in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves that waxwork was inside that birdcage, namely... We don't have evidence. Trust no one, not even yourself. Okay.
This is just a yes or no question. Do I have evidence for this? Yes. Okay. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that bird cage. Okay. Thank you, gamers. Stressful. You may be. You don't need the exclamation mark for verily. You can just say verily. And Urion J will reply. So true. Log in! Okay.
Take that!
What's that? A bit of glass? It's unusually thick for glass.
Yeah, it is. It's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. I got that. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Yes, it is. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower. Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated. Is that it?
Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say colour shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter.
I do blame you for skipping over that one. You got a lot of new information. Yeah, I don't know why. I wasn't even thinking about it. I was thinking way too hard about the, like, body of the waxwork rather than, like, other things that could connect it. Oh my god, thank you for the horse. Wow. Wow. The horses are attacking. Oh my god, there they are! They're terrifying! Thank you for the combo. Oh my god, they're horrifying! Why are they so huge? Thank you for the bits. Not the chipmunks. Oh my god. Well, okay, that's a cuter animation. They're getting closer. Thank you for the combos. Whoa. They get up in your face, man. Thank you for the combo. Thank you for the bits. Wow. I think I've only seen the horse one. It's cool to see the other ones. Oh my god. It does kind of look like it's advancing on its way to kill you. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. That's incredibly kind. Thank you. Thank you, Ovidian and Jenga. Thank you both so much. Whoa. Thank you for the 100 bits.
I have depicted myself as the chemistry appreciating nobleman and you, the corn swilling backwards child. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in a little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage.
Hold it!
Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Ah. What's happening?
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects?
What is it about scientists? Honestly. What is it about scientists? Thank you for the 1,020 bits. Thank you, Ovidian and Jenka as well. Thank you. Thank you again, Ovidian and Jenka, for the 1,100 bits. Yo, thank you both so much. That's very, very kind. Thank you for the bits.
Accusing them with what evidences?
Okay, so now can we pit these two? Because there is evidence? No, I need to save. I'm too scared. I don't trust myself. I don't trust anything. Not even science.
Objection!
Deep breath. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Thank you for the other combo. Oh my gosh. If you could put down your corn for a moment. Number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated on the juror to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't. If I could interject here, please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork is being backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Not guilty.
Woohoo! Thank you, Jenga. Thank you for the birds.
Oh, well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Not with the corn. Yay! Success! If you can call it that. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it!
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
Yeah. What do you think of that, gentlemen?
A waxwork of the despicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
Humph! I don't believe in evidence, nor testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. Sure, bring her in. The owner? Madame Two Spells. I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Gulp. Yep. Hello.
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Gulp.
I am?
Oh, I don't know. I wonder how he feels about the professor case being unveiled. Like, does he want to remember all that?
I don't know.
45 minutes?
Okay. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. So, Clint, Madame Two Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Okay, wow. I knew you would be here. I was almost gonna say it, and I was just like, is there any point? I'm so sure that he's gonna be here. He didn't get his attention. He's upset.
Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. ...
Hi, I have to ask. What on earth is going on?
I know, I'm so sorry.
It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, a professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heart felt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Oh, intimately, huh?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
You make it sound deliberate.
I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes, in fact, I, alone, am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
Excuse me.
Oh, oh, oh! Dr. Scythe! You two are just something else, man. I don't know. What is happening? What is this? What
are we doing? Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, nay, Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me.
Ah, well, shit.
The immediate eye cover when she shows up. Yikes. Oh, he's gone. He's like, I'm out of here. Peace.
To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. Whoa! Wow! What the heck? Devils, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Yum yum.
Oh, we've got a lot of yum-yums in these broken alerts to get through. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind. If you got a sub, please feel free to say thank you.
Yum yum.
Yum yum. Devils, thank you so much. How are you doing? Feeling extra yummy today. Yum yum. Yum yum. Yum yum.
Yum yum.
Yum yum. I'm doing yum yummy. Perfect. I'm feeling rather yum yum too.
Yum yum.
Right, AJ? It's so fun. It's so cool when stuff works, you know?
Yum yum.
I think I broke it. No. Never apologize. You were incredibly generous. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much.
Yum yum.
I think so too, Duke. Although I think it has happened to me when that doesn't happen, but that does seem to be the biggest link.
Yum yum.
Yum? And I cannot stress this enough. Yum.
Yum yum. Yum yum.
Yum yum?
Yum yum.
I love her theme a lot. It's gorgeous. It's so beautiful. Oh, is that finally the alert? I skipped. It'll replay. Why isn't it replaying? Why is this so broken? Hold on, I'm refreshing. Hold on. Oh yeah, the Yum Yum is from Disco Elysium. Can't take my heart. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs, Doubles. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. This gives me flashbacks to the Game Wars. It does, right? All of the new alerts I made for the Game Wars, like, freak me out. Thank you so much, Doubles. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. You deserve more. Oh no, thank you. That's so kind of you. Bye-bye, SMT. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Huh? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Okay. Lord Strongheart.
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Sorry, Harvey, meaning to ask, did you upload the final Game War video where you summed up the weeks that had gone by with the stream memes and stuff? It was so funny, I'd love to see it again. I did! It's on YouTube. It's unlisted, but I can post the link to it so people can have access to it if you would like.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. What are you gonna do? You're gonna, like, start screaming from the stands? Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. Oh my god, yes, please post the link. I love that video so much. Of course, okay, I'll try to remember to do that. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. I'm a kitten. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. What do you know? Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Are we gonna, like, accuse him of something? Are we gonna involve... I think we're gonna accuse someone or do something that Rinosuke doesn't want to do. And that's what Herlock is saying. Maybe. Okay. Weird. It's time for the final chapter then. What? I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. Why does this feel like it's gone so quickly when it really actually hasn't at all? Wait, didn't he already say it was the final chapter? Is this our second final chapter? What's happening? Oh yeah, delightful.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. Chapter, doc, final.
Well, as the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which Jesus Christ. This seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, Clint. I mean, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the Waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks, my lord, are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Two Spells? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Well, summon her. Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Two Spells to the stand.
Cinema. Cinema! 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 What's happening?
Things are about to become a lot more intense.
God, great use of tiny fans when there's like a tiny little fan. Wow! Wow! What's happening?
If Trevor is responsible, and as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the Waxwork.
Wait till you guys hear about movies. I don't think I'm ready for that.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on.
She's so real. Oh my god.
You know, I was like, damn, I'm kind of liking the energy when she's like, God, he's really handsome. Like, she wants him so bad, and now she's just crafting waxwork of him. Oh, that's very good. State your name and occupation for the court, please. This is incredible. You know, there's something so wonderful, I think, about when a story knows itself. Do you know what I mean? Like, the story knows what Herlock is so well that they're just like, yep. 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 Craft him.
My name is Madame Esmeralda de Two Spells. I am a waxwork artisan.
I too want to do this with an ice pick. Sorry, I would read the way I would read fics of so many things, man. I would read a fic of these two. Well, not the head, the actual man. I would read a fic of these two. I would read Herlock and Dr. Scythe.
And the proprietress of the Madame Two Spells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Fair enough. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Ew.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Shalms released the skeleton key of ships. Fits with anyone? Yeah.
Oui, that is true. At first, oh, what a cool shot! Oh, just the eye poking out. That's rad. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand.
Oh, I thought she was going to stab him.
I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Assman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit.
That would make sense.
I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Assman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor?
I think everyone in this room right here, right now should take masks off their face. Every single person.
Oh, she's working the crowd.
I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd. There's more. Yeah, this is very absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask.
See, this is what I was thinking. It's like, surely it has a mask on because no one knows what the face of the professor is. No? Like, because it was a closed court?
I'm scared.
But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret.
National secret?
There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem that you are unaware of the two spells' principles.
What principles? Exactly.
We have none. The family Two Spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection.
That was what I thought, Sherlockian. But
every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution.
Oh, that they would get the heads of guillotined people, right?
A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject.
What has she been doing to Herlock when he's been at her place of work?
And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui.
The true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It is out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
Damn, did she just ask Van Zieks out? This is crazy. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
This case has so much energy. Every witness, every single person in this room is just like popping off at the maximum energy, velocity, momentum, etc. Like we've got Courtney Scythe, we've got Madame Tuspels, we've got Herlock, Van Zieks, Assistant, Ryunosuke, Susato, Juror number 2. We've got everyone. The German child.
Crazy.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles.
I am very rich. What was the Bohemian child's name again? Wilhelm Gotts something. And then another name. Now, oh my god, I didn't even say freaking Drebber in that list of people. I'm sick. I'm ill. So you forgot? Very good, very good. Very painful, very good. I know, like, I don't know who the real baddie is. It really feels like one of those cases where, like, I don't think there is gonna be a baddie. I think it's gonna be sad. I don't think it's gonna be good. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold. But Drebber! I created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the internment. Okay. Maybe not Drebber then. No, maybe Drebber.
I hid myself until he gave a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Okay, Van Zieks, is everything okay? Ooh.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, Madame.
Oh!
A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
This case has too much sauce. I'm overwhelmed.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago.
Something tells me the professor is a sore spot for Van Zieks. I don't know what's giving that away. You might be reading into it. I don't know. Anyway, so Clint.
I have here a newspaper from the time.
Ooh, put that into evidence. The Great Blaze. The Great Stink. Nice. things. Mad Sheep Rampage? No.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article.
Are we... Is everyone... Is he an artiste? What are we doing here? What?
Okay. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitnesses who saw it.
Probably a coincidence. Okay. Oh, it happens.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
The vampire doubts the witch's words.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination.
I think it's kind of fun. Like, the idea that even now, like in this very court case, there is a public gallery watching on and watching this absurdity unfold and enjoying the spectacle of it. And then the idea that the original professor case was a closed case, so the public didn't get to like revel in that absurdity, which now in turn makes Madame Two-Spell's job, like, that is what she relies upon, I guess. I don't know, it's cool. Genshin Impact's best arc is themed all around that. Oh, the, I don't know that name. The Ray Chase character? Was it him that plays him? And the two little magicians? I feel like that one's about, like, lore. I don't know if that's true. I feel like the Great Ace Attorney kind of has the same kind of source that Persona 3 has, where every character is so interesting, with so many secrets and so many intriguing dynamics. Like, it's not exactly the same source, but it's the same family of source. Yes! No, I agree. Wow, Persona 3 is a good game. Great Ace Attorney. No, I agree. I really, really do agree. Even the pacing, like, feels kind of similar. Where I think you have, like, in this game specifically, it kind of reminds me of the first few months of Persona 3, where, like, you're getting a lot of, like, drops of information, like, here and there. But you're not really sure what everything means yet, and you're just, like... You're kind of trying to figure it out, you're kind of trying to put stuff together, and you're like, how does this click? And then very suddenly, like, stuff starts happening in Persona 3 and then it doesn't stop. And I feel like that's exactly like this. Like, literally yesterday after stream, I was saying to AJ, I was like, I'll see a scene in this game and I'll be like, oh my god, I have to talk about this scene. But then that happens another time and I'm like, okay, I have to talk about these two scenes. And then that happens another time. And somehow in one stream, there's like at least 5 scenes where I'm like, this felt like extremely vital and huge to the game. How can I talk about all of these scenes? It's crazy. It's so much. It's why we got the whiteboard out. It's there. Hiding. Reminds me of the days where I'd make notes about stuff to talk about from Endwalker. Yeah, real. Because I wouldn't know what to say. Yesterday's stream was that every scene. Yes, it was crazy. Even the deduction was so like cinematically cool. It felt incredible. Not a PowerPoint presentation. Enjoy your luck, Sam. Both are very high on my favorite games list, no coincidence, surely. Oh. What does that mean for me?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. I love it when Ryunosuke gets hungry for the truth. What if on the last case they run out of budget after that whole deduction? Honestly, don't worry about it. They did so good, I can't hold it against them.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London.
And that rumor would be
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
ah, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story... ballistics. Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this.
What is this cinema?
It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
What? A gunshot? The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him? Who? Who was it?
The Reaper?
Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story.
You get back in there.
The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it?
Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something?
She laps us up. I love that she has, like, I mean, I'm trying to, like, encourage it in how I read her, but she has this, like, storytelling. She has this performance, which all kind of goes back to her, like, selling tickets. Like, it's her whole life is a performance to make these spectacles. It's kind of cool.
Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe.
When? At this point, we take what we can get. She's a showman, she is.
Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Yeah, like, so what if he was, like, never dead until he got shot? Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see. Man, now we're dealing with 2 cases of people dying and having... Oh yeah, both of them have 2 fatal wounds as well. Damn. He was never dead until he was. People die when they are killed, apart from when they're not killed, they don't die. Ace Attorney loves this shit, having you solve 2 cases at once. They love it. They do. And I love it too. The title of this case. The way the title of this case, like, at this point, refers to so many things. Like, the return of the great departed soul. Like, that could be Susato coming back to England, sure. That could be... How's it work? That could be the waxwork. It could...
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
Okay. Cool.
An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course.
Oh my god, she forced Harlock to stay still. How did she do that? How?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
Knocked him out.
What sort of letters?
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me.
Comme ça? Sorry, France. No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained, such popularity in London.
You got it.
Yay! I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of 2 spells. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold of that for the head.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
Well,
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was
Blinded by monetary greed. Holy shit. Rip her apart.
it had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'être of the 2 Spells Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor.
Do you realize what you're saying?
The Professor's identity is a national secret. I don't know why. I don't think this is true. But like in some ways it kind of makes me feel like Van Zieks' reaction kind of makes me feel like Clint or someone is the professor. Like he's really defensive about it. What if he killed Clint to stop him from killing other people? What if he's like shouldering that entire secret himself, apart from the people who were there in the room, obviously, and then he like still has to live with his family being like, no, Clint is the pride of the family. Or wait, does the timeline work? I don't really remember when certain things happen. But the betrayal that happened. The person who betrayed him, maybe that person killed Clint and was the professor. Assuming that those are... Yeah, they would be two different people. I think. How's the stream been? It's been fantastic, thank you. I hope you slept well. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. I hid myself until he gave me a signal.
Hold it!
She's cool. She's very cool. Ice cool. You were there longer than you expected to be. Ooh. Maybe you should look in. I guess we don't actually know how the closed court worked because we've been told he prosecuted on it. So you would think he would know the professor's identity. But like, I don't know, maybe they could make that work somehow, depending on how much of a secret it had to be. I don't know. Gosh darn autocorrect. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? Rigor mortis? Oh, hey! When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver. Why is Harlock here? Hey, did you kill him? That's cool. How old was Two Spells? I think she was young. 16. When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Oh, rigor mortis?
We're not just learning. Okay. How long has she been 26? Wait a second.
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education. If a slightly scary one.
As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Babe, you chose the wrong profession. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tussauds. I think it's probably significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
I love you so much. This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. It's always time, Miss Susato. Do what you want. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. Sûr. Sûr.
Hold it!
Boom, 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 boom.
Amazing timing route. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject.
No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. I don't like dead bodies.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best. As dawn approached, I was worried that I would be discovered.
Hold it!
Hi Caesar, how's it going?
Game night, that's fine.
Hope you have a good time. You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. So he was killed... That really is early. Oh, that's my birthday. Happy birthday! What event took place on your day?
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe. So I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholm seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? You suddenly appear to go to extraordinary lengths. For your work, madame. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? I think it might be. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture in the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, Madame. She's so pretty and cool, so everything she says is significant. True. You're so right.
With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred.
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was at 4:40 AM that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work.
Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
Okay. So, that's all I have to go on.
What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drubber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the Professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow.
In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over.
I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the Professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. Yeah! Good job, Runosuke. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Oh, he's picking up on it! I'm so proud of him!
Yes, as do I.
After all, he has a profound connection to the Professor as well. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumour that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with the Supal's founding principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mould for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Okay. I don't... No. Wait, did she say who she based? Oh. If we press this, it's like her talking about the... She like flashes back, right? Okay. Oh, this is a long one. Whoopsies. But she says she based it on the image, right? So maybe I can say... No, so I guess I can't use it. Okay, what do we got? So we're definitely going to use this for the sign, the signature. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight. But it wasn't midnight. Because it wasn't rigor mortis.
Right? Maybe?
Objection!
Madam Two Spells. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradicts one another.
Qua?
Qua? Qua?
Qua?
Qua? I don't know how else you would say it.
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nibnese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Two Spells was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June.
No.
If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
Ooh, boy.
Oh boy.
All right, Chantal, elle passe out. Comme ça, bien sûr, quoi?
Quoi? Bien sûr. Thank you. Wow. I'll lock in my pronunciations now. Thank you for the 100 bits, Julia. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. I'm impossible. Clutching. Swooning.
Order, Counsel. This is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Berkeley Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary, not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
He did, of course he did.
I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands.
There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die it? Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Yo, sure. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Well, Renosuke, you dug this hole. Get us out of it, huh? We definitely do have evidence. What the evidence, like, means? Who's to say? Maybe it's the paper, because it has the signature on it.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
You cannot kill someone twice.
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
My sweet. My sweet. The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
May we?
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, that was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
No, he's here. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber? The previous witness?
Could it be Iris? I think so. Straight out the womb and causing problems, my god. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh, she's so small! I didn't realize how small she was.
Order, order! Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
God, he's ready to werewolf out, man. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course.
Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it is extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No.
But that would mean...
Madame Tuspels.
It would appear you know the name, Enoch Drebber.
Oui.
Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What?
Oh my! Good gracious!
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. Great name. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article.
Goodness me, yes, it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
Oh, he's feeling better at least.
So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she?
We must gather all the hot people into this room.
Lord Van Zinks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zinks. He seems like he's having a good time.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zinks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial.
What if he gets punished?
In other words, me. Yes. let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Order, order, order. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff sent a subpoena with the immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe for the forensic investigation team.
You know, I'm wondering. The assistant hasn't done, I mean, apart from wow the audience, he has not done anything yet. And Van Zieks was all like, I'm bringing him tomorrow because it's gonna get more complicated.
The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out.
Whoa! Did they know the power that they had when they were like all three of them and Harlock's face on the stand? Were they thinking of the player? That's insane.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. BRB, I fainted. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised.
Cool. That seems cool. Cool. Also cool.
If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
That's so cool, man. Like, it makes me think about that Ryunosuke line where he was like, oh, I feel this hunger to hunt down my prey and find out the truth. Damn. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
And where's your evidence?
Feeling very cool and normal about this. I feel so cool and normal all the time when playing Great Ace Attorney. It's so cool and normal. I remember playing this case like in October near Halloween and all the ghosts and graveyards and the serial killer mystery and the spooky vibes. That's so cool. It is very Halloween. At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. The model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. This model is so, like, Zero Escape coded to me. It's so funny. I love it.
You don't need to tell me. I've witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
Now that you say it, it truly is. It's great. It's the truest thing I've heard all week. I can imagine it in the corner of some escape room.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw the night in Lowgate Cemetery.
So he was a student who saw it.
You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tussauds, I mean.
Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years.
He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
That was so cool.
What an interesting twist. When at the time not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
Chat with one brainwave, one hive mind.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the evidence of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish.
No, please keep playing the song. Oh, they should play the song for this. It's too cool. Like, it feels like it suits his character so well.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Oh. Rhinosco. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
No, but we're saying he wasn't. But so you're saying this article is
Not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly, yes.
Ugh.
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have worked together.
No, it doesn't. Okay, whatever.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise.
Oh. Well, you are a scientist.
As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you're one of the so-called resurrectionists.
a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Well, actually, like, they help advance science.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers.
Yeah, valid, okay.
Oh, that is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me.
Well, I think I've figured out the motive.
He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense. You may proceed to the cross-examination now.
But once, my lord. I'm the reducer, he's the reuser, and that over there is the recycler.
Yay!
The reason I was in Logate Cemetery all those years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say.
You can call it grave robbing. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you'll need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
I find him very fun for this one trait, which is when you have to, like, constantly having to say stuff out loud and Drebber constantly being like, I mean, yeah, obviously.
The lantern and spade.
Or is it a spade? Do you think, in fact, it's a shovel, Fanzeeks? But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though, obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see.
I like how that kind of makes it sound like the body itself had no value.
That's what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
The apprentice high-fives him. Nice pun. Very good.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason.
But I never expected it to end the way it did.
That I regret to this day.
Yes, you lost your illustration.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at that time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead?
I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was the reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
I love love how the hospitals themselves escape a lot of criticism in this situation. No, it could never really be the institution. Like, you know, it could never. No. It's just some of the people. It's just no. Oh, wow. And yet, only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learnt that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well... Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all. What are you talking about? And detectives are wont to lie. Next. I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among all us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I'd said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Me too, Shank. I really like it. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Victor Frankenstein, where are you? We need you. Oh my god, Drebber and Frankenstein, what a duo. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who wanted to smother me from wax. That young woman being Madame Two Spells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and, comme ça, I found the man.
I love all the inherent corruption and nastiness that gets attached to the setting just through what we know about his situation. The world building in this game continues to be peak. Yeah, I agree. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded.
Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas?
Did you? I can't say I remember. What? My god. I know the timelines, geography wouldn't match up, but I think Victor and Enoch would have gone to university together. I think it would be funny. I agree. When's the crossover fanfiction? What was it, madame?
His camera.
Oh, but it doesn't have a plate in it. I was gonna say, that could prove he saw the professor.
Ah.
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a
camera with you, sir. To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see.
Oh, the blood! The blood! The fact this setting is so messed up in general, and that we get to experience it acutely through Ryu and Susato each experiencing marginalization, are so starkly different to the wacky setting of mainline AA. It's great. Yeah, like, I remember, I think it must have been ages ago now. I really thought this was part of, like, mainline Ace Attorney, and then chat had to be like, no, this is, like, side, like, spin-off. And to me, that was so bonkers because I was just like, but this is like, at least from what I've experienced, I don't want to like, obviously, I'm not going to talk down about stuff I haven't played, but like this to me like hit so hard in like every single level of like world building, reality, like just like combining so many ideas from like real life and Ace Attorney, and just, it freaking kills it on every level to me, which in the small amount I played of Ace Attorney, like I didn't experience that just yet. So that was just bonkers to me that this is like spin-off. They really went all out with this spin-off, yeah. If I would introduce someone to Ace Attorney series, I would let them play Great Ace Attorney first. Yeah, it's incredible. Maybe best OST of all time? Maybe one of the best female casts of all time? I am very meticulous about such details. It is the two spells way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. So you became a magician?
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the Dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. Then carelessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves. Oh. The university's reputation was execrably... Why doesn't that feel like a real word? Defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. But having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What an interesting pan! What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly! I love how Drebber just highlights any random word every time. It's so bizarre. He's delightful. Okay, so I think we can present the camera because we have blood on the camera, and that's weird.
Objection!
Why didn't the music stop? What? I guess maybe that doesn't prove that he's still the professor. It just proves that there's blood on the camera. Hold on. Let me think about it again. Oh wait, maybe we can press this because they were talking about evidence.
Hold it!
Maybe we can... Maybe they'll have changed now that we updated the evidence. You have some evidence. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor?
If we have anything wrong, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, okay. Interesting. Okay. What else have we got? Let's see. Oh wait, we're not gonna count the... No. No, that wouldn't work. I was gonna say, they're not gonna count the evidence that his hair changed color, right? But I don't think we can even present that, so that's fine. Ooh, what about the science trophy? I don't know, well, I guess we don't know when we got the trophy. Or when he got the trophy, sorry.
Objection!
Oh, I thought that was kind of cool.
Whatever.
I disagree with their disagreement. So true. Me too. Thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all though. Okay, let's think about this. Armband, probably not. Great exhibition, no. Experiment, no. Crossbow, no. Green cloth, no. A photograph of the victim, no. Also see, screwdriver. Photograph, whoops. Nope. Maybe it's not this then. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. I would love to see the devs do a playthrough of their own game and see how well they do. Especially with some of the evidence, yeah. Would you ever be happy if we could prove he wasn't lying? That's what I'm thinking! Because it's like... we'd kind of be accusing him even further if we can prove it. But I feel like that... the camera panning around him and everyone whispering about him was so intentional. Like, if we prove that he wasn't lying, then his whole... maybe so much of his science... like... he becomes more respected again. In the public eye, or just in the scientific world, I guess.
Oh wait, can we say... No, does that make sense? Because he's saying the illustration was based on what he witnessed that night. But he has a camera. So could we say like, did you not take a picture?
Objection!
I think that's good though. Okay, so Miss Susato, what do you say again? I agree it's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you. What's Jabber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and grant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because circumstances have changed. Oh yeah, they said this, didn't they? Okay. I really did struggle too with some of these. They feel like they're asking for a lot more, or like they're asking in a very different way. I don't know how to explain it. This one was a little weird for me. They ramp things up for this case. Especially because like case 1 is so easy. I feel. Whereas I feel like this difficulty only hit in like case 5 last game. This case, and this trial day specifically, really has been a jump up, yeah. It's like you gotta think of what to prove in a different way, yeah. I was gonna say, Chuzzes, I was reading that and I was like, it's like Casimir is in the room. The illustration in that newspaper article is based on what I witnessed that night. Thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor at all though. Did the camera get updated to say it was his actual camera? Yeah. Yeah. The actual camera. Oh, do you think we have to examine it again now that we... Well, it still says the dark staining. I don't know, sometimes it can be funky with it. And you need to like... They need to be like, oh, could that be the professor's blood? And then you go, yeah, woo. Okay, no. Did I save? I'll save again. It's not going well. Oh wait, I think I saved at the beginning. Save again. Just in case. You save with 4 strikes. Well, now I have 2. Sorry, no, you're good. I just couldn't remember. You almost saved me. I just got too carried away. I guess you can't save too many times. It's the last 2 HP that matter. Yeah, true.
Oh, could we say... No, wait, is that what I already did? I think so. Okay, never mind. I was gonna do the, this again. And be like, but he didn't even get into the Royal Society, but... I think that's what I did before. Is there any evidence that can get updated by further examination? I don't think so. Maybe. What if it's like presenting the newspaper and pointing at the camera or throw a fit? Oh my god, it could be though. Is it because the camera's open? No. No. Surely not. I mean, we might as well try it.
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night, 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. So Van Zinks might not know. That might be why he's trying not to make sure that the identity isn't revealed. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Oh boy. He mentions the newspaper and literally the statement before, and then you have to use that article anyway. See, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, so are we not talking about it like with the camera? We're talking about it as how he described it. But the thing is he said it. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna fight it. I'm too tired. It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... Oh, so because he knew the mask was on it? Did we even know? I guess just that the mask was there at all, I guess, is the problem. Sure.
A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. No, I know it was a close call. I more mean, we weren't aware, as far as I know, until literally just now, that the mask was kept on during the closed court. So I didn't even think about the fact that, I guess, like, they didn't publish that about the mask. Like, I think that wasn't necessarily, like, told to us directly. Maybe it was, like, we were meant to pick it up, but I didn't, for sure. Well, Mr. Drebber. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. I didn't catch that the mask was also a secret. Yeah, I assumed that the mask was just kind of like a thing that, like, legend slash... I don't know, maybe that's why Tsusto says that rumors have truth in them. I don't know. Maybe. Because, like, Madame Two Spells has the mask. As I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. See you, Lord. Have a good one. You're still saying you didn't see it? I just assumed the mask was public knowledge. Yeah. I guess that's what I'm trying to say is, no matter how it kind of came about, I thought everyone kind of knew about that. If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
It's actually so morbid to think of a graveyard full of multiple grave robbers the same night. I find it, like, to me, this time period is just so genuinely, like, fascinating. I remember it was one of my favorite things initially in case 1 of game 1, where the world is so new and there's so many discoveries happening at such a quick rate, and so many new ideas, and there's the great exhibition, and there's so many, like, scientific minds and so many inquiring minds and so many advancements being made. And I always found it so interesting how Kazuma, to me, like, showed or shone a little light on the darkness of that. Because the thing is like, it is horrifying, but scientific advancements were made with those grave robbers. So it's like the darkness that goes along with progress, I guess. It's so fascinating to me. The secret costs of these discoveries and the deal with the devil we make with progress. Yeah. Like, one of the most fascinating stories to me is how insulin was discovered. And, like, insulin is so vital to so many people's lives, but how the group that discovered it is like a horror story. It's horrifying. It's so many dead dogs, just like insane. It's an insane story, but it resulted in something so necessary to the world now. And like, I find that so interesting as like a topic, I guess. Sorry to make another Bloodborne comparison, but wait, what? It's like the discovery of insulin. There's a really good video on it. I can try and find it. But how insulin was discovered is like kind of, or like how it was discovered to be to be usable. Penicillin was discovered by accident. Oh yeah, it was, wasn't it? I'm allergic to penicillin. I've always been worried of being allergic to penicillin because it's one of those things that doctors ask all the time, and I'm always just like, I don't know. When will I find out, and how? Will it be bad if I find out? Is there a... I'm always scared of me randomly being allergic to a medication. Me too. Like, literally for my wisdom teeth, when I went in and they were like asking me all the questions or whatever, and they were like, have you got any of this in your family? Have you done that? Have you done that? Bada, 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 bada. And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't think so. That happened to you? Oh no. In a crossover universe, once this case is solved, the events of Bloodborne could theoretically take place. I see I popped into the stream right at the meditating on how modern civilization is built on literal and metaphorical graveyards discussion. Welcome. The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well.
Strange.
That's her voice? That's not the voice I thought she would have had. I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Yes, sir?
Excuse me.
Anything you want to add? Madame Two Spells. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Ooh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
You're so real, girl. Sometimes you just think about Herlock and you go crazy. I get it. Me! Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remarks was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now.
If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about?
Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? including the gunshot.
Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
So are you threatening the...
Objection!
Have a care, Trevor. That is no way to speak to a lady.
Damn, okay, that's... Whoa. Who knew? He protects women, unless they're poor. Girl.
Please, Madame Two Smells, carry on.
Oh, that was all he had to say? That's my feminist ally. Well, unless they're poor, please don't forget. Or Japanese. Or many other things. If they're a rich European white woman of a certain class, then
Of course. What a man of layers, yeah.
According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot.
Enough, shut up, woman. Whoa, you're making all this up.
what's the objection? Van Zeeks!
That will do. Mr. Drebber.
Yes.
You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells? I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on! Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, Counsel. I will not permit baseless accusation. Well, then I've got a base to give you!
Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well.
I'll do it. Just be patient. I'll contradict him. Hold on. I'm gonna save though because I'm still scared of everything. My wife just gets a little upset sometimes. Haha, guys, don't worry, he's not usually like this. Okay, he's just he's hungry. You're not you when you're hungry. Haha. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
That is the camera from that fateful night.
Yeah, I stole it from your museum, sorry. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
And is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Oh, what's that? Like this.
Hold it!
Wow. You said 2 words this time, that was crazy. Wow.
What's that? There, just on the bellows.
Oh, he's werewolfing again. Ow, 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 ow.
It looks like a dark red stain.
Oh no, he's vampiring. He wants it.
That's right.
It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe?
It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Two Spells' testimony was correct. And that on the night in question, 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. The way she's standing apart from them. She's like, I'm gonna just stand on the edge there while you two just have your own space together. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. Well, Ryunosuke, oh my god, news for you. A traumatized mind, it can be incredible. You can just straight up forget anything if you have enough trauma. Anyway, I once played a game called Final Fantasy X, and I was going through such a bad time that I just have no clue what I played. It's amazing! I don't even know what this case is about anymore. Where is Hairbrain? Is he still on trial? In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, is he shielding someone? Yes, my lord, and clearly. It's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Counsel, who is this? Who is it then? Did that rogue guy just show up now next to Van Zieks, or was he there the whole time? He's been here the whole time. He just doesn't say anything or really move or do anything, and he just kind of stares. It's fine. Sometimes he gets his sword out and flashes it around, and it's beautiful.
Take that!
The perfect man, you could say. The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Oh, this pose is like crazy. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? Van Zieks, babe, wake up! You know what I'm trying to say, right? What you're suggesting would mean... There we go, he's getting that. That the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape. Not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. Oh no, am I tainting the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up? How awful. Kazuma, wake up. I need you. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Assman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. We couldn't even linger on the image. Take me back. Lord Van Zeeks.
Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
The way that the assistant is just like disassociated. I don't know.
What did they mean by Kazuma?
Oh. He is not present. The assistant's just like, yeah, he does this. Oh, I love that too. I was more meaning like this guy isn't even like in the courtroom. He's not paying attention to anything. But I do like the idea that he's also just like, yeah, I've been an apprentice for like 3 months and it's just been this every day. Like, this is not new to me anymore.
Goodness me.
Put it back. He's absolutely just so used to it. I love them both equally. Maybe he saw Zeke's practicing that move in his office. Yeah. I genuinely think he's like... It's either that or he's just fully disassociated, not even present, barely even here. Like, he's in his mind palace in Guatemala, going through temples or something. The apprentice just swapped himself out with a cardboard cutout.
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead. A Scotland Yard cover-up. A conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Well, I have no idea at the moment.
We have too little information to work that out at present, I think.
Is this what Harlock was warning about? Ooh.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh, another glass, okay.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies.
Really? Because with you, baby girl, I'm living in what?
Ugh. And have you considered this, my learned Japanese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Quite. Hard to imagine a sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Assman at all.
That's not true!
Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There's a contract. That's very true. Come on, Renosuke! Hunt down your prey! Take it by the jugular! You can do it!
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it.
Using threats of force. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place.
If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then?
Revenge. Revenge.
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
Hey, that was really cool. That was good. That was yummy. I like that one. Wow.
He just woke up. He was fully asleep, and then he felt the beginning of a wind up to a throw, and he was like, oh god, here we go. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains the witness wanted... Why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense. It means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? Benzix, I do not believe you didn't notice this. Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. Barack is underperforming today. What the hell, Barack? No, I'm afraid not. Hi, Chris. I know, he literally said who did the drawing. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odious Man. Odious Man. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal.
If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Assman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Assman.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Objection!
Oh, hello.
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Assman?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Once again, an artist's credit goes ignored. Damn.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me, unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So, Mr. Assman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Assman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Assman.
Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's a better place to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
It's not the award because he didn't have it standing upright in the room, right? Or is that too far of a stretch? I don't know what else it would be. Let's go with that, and if it's not that, then...
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drubber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Gerber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. Oh, okay. I misinterpreted what Ryunosuke's point was, but now that I understand his point, that it does make even more sense to use the award. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Assman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Oh. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Suzadar! Angel forever. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No.
Good lord!
Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? Whoa. Talk nicely to women, Mr. Van Zieg's over here. My god. It's all true. That day. When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary
alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Well, we're in a bit of a pickle here, aren't we? Why on earth would you buckle now? What is with you? What are you two to each other?
Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. Why? What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Order, order, order! Order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings to this court, This trial is not the proper forum to which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Who? Who the hell? Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Wait, but this is weird! Isn't there more? What's happening? Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Well, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! Thank you. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence! Yay! Something needs to happen.
Who's gonna say hold it, or one moment please, or I don't know. What? Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. Is the apprentice gonna pop off? What's happening? I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that?
Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty.
But is that really what we want?
Well, yeah, what the defense should be pushing for now is...
Can I backseat here for a second? I should do both options, I assume. Is that what you want to suggest? Yeah. Should I do immediate adjudication first? Because I really wonder what the right option is here. If the judge gives his verdict now, Professor Harebrine will be found not guilty without any doubt.
Is something troubling you, perhaps?
Yes, but it's probably nothing. In the antechamber during the recess earlier, I did give Mr. Sholmes my word though, didn't I? I told him I'd pursue any doubts I had the truth to the absolute last.
If you gave Mr. Sholmes your word, then it most certainly isn't nothing. And it means there's only one right answer here.
Yes, you're right. I don't know why I was ever wavering.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. The illusion of choice. Wait, so are there not two different ending thingies? Do I not need to reload? Huh? No, you didn't. This just one gives some extra dialogue about Sholmes. Oh. Oh, okay. Cool. I thought there were gonna be like different endings. I was like, whoa, they're gonna pop off with this one. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes, in hindsight. Oh yes, one word of warning before I go. In the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of a doubt about the truth. Don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court. To pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. He's sinking his teeth in. It's my favorite Rionosco. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Menzies, I love it when you come to Ryunosuke's aid.
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
That's so interesting, using Harlock's words and favoring Ryunosuke. Curious.
I love gay people. They're so cool.
You'll what?
Lord Van Zieks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I guess... Hey, what the hell? Go for it. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well. How long would we predict is loud? I can tell you how much longer the case took me if you want. Sure. That would be good, thank you. Trust. I want to keep going, but the thing is, it's like, I don't want to do the whole end of the case and not have, like, energy for it. So if it's, like, really long, I don't want to do that. It's not long. Yeah, if you're tired, I'd say this is a good place to end, so you can really engage with the ending. About 1 hour 15? Yeah, I don't think I want to do that. I don't want to do one. That's a whole stream for Hannah. Yeah, like that doesn't include every like stopping point I'll do. Plus like figuring it out. Like, that's crazy. Hannah time would likely be more, I assume. I think we should stop here then. I feel this isn't a terrible cliffhanger or anything either. Yeah, it's like we've like concluded stuff, but it's like extra info, I guess. You get some reprieve, Scythe, but watch out. I'll be back. Great stream link, yeah. Well, unfortunately, bad news. Next week is Wisdom Tooth D-Day. It's Teeth Week. Teeth Week. In which I'm getting all 4 of my wisdom teeth removed. So I don't know when I'll be live. Hopefully we can at least do like 1 stream next week. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Yeah, please feel free to join the Discord. I will post the updates in there and let you know what the situation is. Good luck. Thank you. I'm very nervous about it. But yeah, I'll be chatting in the Discord, I'm sure. Take care of yourself. No need to rush back if you're feeling poorly. Thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely take as much time as I need to recover. I'm so into this. I don't want to be like in and out for the ending, which is why I think it's good we're stopping here. Be careful about red-headed British people. Gosh. Anyway, join the Discord. I'll post there when I'm how I'm feeling, and I'll update people, or obviously you can follow if you'd like. And I'll be live eventually. So hopefully I'll go live at least once next week. That's what I'm hoping, at least. But we'll see how things proceed. And if I can't go live, then that's fine. We'll take the week after that to resume. Yes, it'll be great. Thank you all so much. It's been a lot of long streams of Great Ace Attorney this week. It's a good game, I think, and I feel normal about it. Oh. So I hope everyone has a great weekend and a great not having your teeth taken out. I'm very jealous of you all. I don't want my teeth taken out. Have a good one. I'll see you there in the Discord, or I'll see you next week maybe.